May I please have everyone's attention? Before the meeting begins, we ask that everyone please silence your cell phones. The Fort Bend ISD Board of Trustee meeting is an open meeting for the public to observe the board conducting district business. Therefore, patrons may only address the board during the designated audience item section on the agenda. If you have printed materials you want to give to board members, you must provide them to me or any officer present. We will provide them to the board. We also ask that members of the audience be respectful of others by remaining quiet so that everyone is able to hear the proceedings. Thank you.
Oh, okay. This one. The time is now 12:02, and this meeting is hereby called to order. We have the presence of quorum attending in person. Notice of this meeting has been posted online and at the Fort Bend ISD Administration Building for at least 72 hours. The first agenda item is the public comments. Do we have any public comments? We do not have any public comments, and we'll move on to next one. It's the information item. And Dr. Wayback, and please take over.
I can.
Thank you,
okay.
Mr. Bassett. We'll just turn it right on over to our facilities team.
So, obviously, we're very excited about the bond passing, and so we're going to be focusing on that in the discussion that Mr. Rossetti is going to lead. So, appreciate everybody being here. I'll just turn it over to Carolina.
All right. Good afternoon. And so we're here to really talk about program management services and project budgets for Bond 2023. So I wanted to start the discussion with a relationship diagram to really paint the picture as to who is related to whom when it comes to Bond 2023. And so as you can see, Fort Bend ISD, as the owner, has direct relationship with many of these parties. The first one being the architects. And so as you can see, we have a direct relationship with the architects. We will select architects and establish direct contracts with the architects. We then go ahead and select other professional services, and we have that split in three phases, phase 1, 2, 3. The reason why we have other professional services split in phases, it's because it's way too many consultants that we have to evaluate and select for the process. And so the first phase is currently out on the street right now for other professional services, and it includes the survey consultants, traffic consultants, engineers, geotechnical materials testing. And so this is the first phase, or the first group we will select and identify to help us execute the work. And then a phase 2, which will be out on the street the following month, includes civil engineers and mechanical, electrical, plumbing engineers, and so forth. And so we select these consultants and we establish direct contracts with them as well. And so the owner, Fort Bend ISD, will have direct contracts with the architects, direct contracts with other professional services. These two are required to work together, but they don't have a contract that ties them together. Then we have the technology consultant. It's currently being evaluated right now. We will select and qualify technology consultants. The intent is to select 1 or 2 at the most to help us execute the work. And so for technology, it works a little bit different because we select those consultants and then we pair them up with the architect. So the technology consultant will work under the architect to perform the technology design services. And that really includes the data that our schools get and the switches and the internet and security cameras. Everything that's related to technology, it's wrapped up under that package. And then on the other side, we have, of course, the contractors. We have 3 different types of contracts with contractors. That's the general contractor that we call CSP, and that is competitive sealed proposal. We would select those contractors, and we will have direct contract with them. They will work together with the architect. There is a relationship there, but they don't have a contract that ties them together. We will hold the contract with the architect, and we will hold a contract with the contractor. We have general contractors that we call JOCs sometimes, and those are job order contracting. We will procure a pool of 5 JOCs to help us execute some of the bond work. It is currently out on the streets. It's a CSP, and we negotiate the coefficients. That means the discount they really give us. We will have a pool of 5 JOC contractors, and they execute the smaller type work, sometimes work that doesn't even require an architect. The JOC will execute for us. And so we hold a direct contract with the JOCs. Sometimes they don't even require an architect. Sometimes they are required to work with an architect. And then we have the CMARs. We've talked about it before, the construction manager at risk. That is the general contractor that we bring at the same time with an architect to work together on some projects, like the rebuilds for Briargate and Mission Bend, and we will do the same for Clements. So this is a different type of approach, and they work together. We put them together to work together from the beginning to help us execute the work. And then we have, of course, the project management services. As you could see on the diagram, they really hold no contract with anybody but the district. They will not hold a contract with any contractor or any architect. We really just bring them as staff augmentation to help us execute the work. And so when we talk about project management or program management, sometimes it's referred to as program management, sometimes it's project management. It really is the same. They really act as an agent for the district, and they help us provide management or administration services as we execute the bond. As I mentioned before, they do not hold a contract with anybody. The owner, Fort Bend, is the one who holds contracts with contractors, with architects, and with other professional services consultants. The program manager or project manager company needs to be procured and advertised through an RFQ, and then they really help us to execute the projects throughout the bond. And so as we look at project management services, there are 2 different approaches. There's the internal project manager approach, and then there's the outside project management approach. When it's internal, it's when you're working with internal full-time district employees that execute capital projects. And when you go outside, you just hired a third-party consultant company to help you execute some of that work. And so as we plan the execution of the bond, we have to really evaluate the in-house approach versus the outsource approach. And so the first thing we look at is the time consideration, how long it takes to hire internal employees versus procuring PM services through a third party. I guess the key component here is the difficulty that we have hiring internally. If you look at it, we truly are a construction service industry within an educational environment. If you look at design and construction, we are a construction business, and we are embedded within the educational environment, Fort Bend ISD. And so what that does is we compete with industry. We have to compete with private industry in the construction service environment. And so it is very difficult to try to hire construction specialty personnel when we're competing with private industry and even other school districts. The market availability, it is truly very, very difficult to hire internally. It's not impossible, but it is very difficult. And of course, we've touched on this before, the salaries, the competitiveness of the salaries compared to that private industry or even other ISDs is a challenge for Fort Bend. We then look at the skill set that we require for some of these positions. As we package the bond, we look at the staffing plan. How many people do we need to execute the work? And the skill sets that we need on these people to help us provide the full range of construction services that we have in-house. And so there are specialized positions that I would say even if we wanted to, we couldn't hire internally. And I've listed some examples here, like a program scheduler, a cost estimator, or even a project controls manager, as so specialized that really even if we tried, we wouldn't be able to hire internally. The salary alone for these positions and the competition with the construction industry outside, it's definitely a challenge. And then, of course, we look at the costs. What are the costs if we run in-house versus outsourcing? And it is evident that if you run in-house, you're going to see lower resource costs. It is cheaper to hire a project manager in-house than it is through a third party. But we not only look at the higher resource costs through a third party, but it's the value added that these people and the specialized resources that we bring give to the district. And so we could talk about construction savings. We are spending money hiring third party, but the benefits and the value added that these people bring to us allow us to end up building buildings cheaper. And what I mean with that is, I'll give you an example. We hire a cost estimator that we have in-house that lives with us in the office, and his only job is to really look at costs. So when we get a contractor that says, here's a change order for $100,000 because you're changing the floor from type A to type B, this cost estimator will take that change order and will dissect the cost. We'll look at square foot cost, we'll look at how much the material cost, we'll look at industry, and we'll come back and say, well, no, contractor, you're charging me $10 a square foot when the product really costs $6 a square foot. Or we come back and say, well, you're charging me 50,000 square foot of flooring when I really only need 40,000 square feet. And so this is when we start the negotiation back and forth with a contractor to reduce the cost of those change orders, right? We come back and we say, no, you're charging me this and this and that, and I'm only willing to pay this and this because of that. And we start the back and forth negotiation until we come to an agreement at cheaper cost. And so this is an example of the value added that we have when we bring specialized personnel to come work with us through a third party. In the back-end support, so when we look at technology and systems, we are leading the charge in the school districts, really, when it comes to the software and systems we use to run the program. We run 100% through a PMIS, and that is a program management information system. We're one of the few that has 100% bond run through the system. And what that means is we're able to track every dollar, every penny, where it went, how it transferred, who approved it, when and how. And so this is that trail that we keep through the entire bond program on the process of how the funding moves, how change orders are processed, who approved them and when. And so going back to 2014 bond, this was the org chart we had for 2014. This is when the bond was really, 100% of the bond was given to the consultant. So the district said, here, third party, I need you to run the program for me. And this is how they established their organizational chart. If you could see, there's a few things to highlight here. And it's the management layer was 100% provided by a third party. So the consultant provided all management for the bond program. The dark red positions that you see were the only positions that the district had as internal employees. And if you look at their titles, really, we had an executive assistant and a document control specialist and a finance specialist. These are not really specialized construction positions. These were just positions that you could really hire within a school district without any problem. The only one construction specialized person we had was a project manager back in 2014. But everyone else was provided through the consultant to run the bond. And so as we moved into 2018, we changed the approach of the contract, and we went to a staff augmentation contract. This was the org chart that was presented to the board for 2018 bond. If you could see, the management was eliminated from the consultant and put in-house. The management layer, really, 3 out of 4, were established as district employees. If you see those triangles to the right, I needed to hire 12 positions in-house to be able to run the bond with the new structure that we were proposing. And this didn't happen overnight. Some of these positions took 4 years to hire. And so as a good example, the design manager, which is on the management layer, took 4 years to hire. This position was posted on and off, on and off, on and off for 4 years. And sometimes we got no applicants, sometimes we got applicants that were not qualified, and so we kept trying for 4 years until we hired somebody. And so I think that just paint the picture that it's not easy to hire specialized construction personnel for the district. And I would say now that out of the 12 positions that we were to hire for bond 2018, we were able to hire 10. So throughout the 4 or 5 years of the bond, we were able to hire 10 out of the 12 that we had targeted so that we could have more control of the bond and we could make the decisions. So it truly became, it is the district's bond program. The district makes the decisions, and we just reach out to a third party for those specialized positions that we need to help us run the bond. We decided when to bring the people on board, when to de-staff, when we needed them, and how we needed them. And so I think that was this new hybrid approach that we created that allowed us to execute successfully with the control being in-house. And so for 2023, the proposed org chart really has a few minor changes. One is we are truly making efforts to hire the senior project manager and the project manager that I couldn't hire in 2018. We're working with HR to see if we could make changes to salary structures so that we can be more competitive with other ISDs in the construction industry. And then we're creating a new position, which is a logistics manager. It's definitely needed in-house, and if we're able to hire those 3 positions for bond 2023, I think would be in a better place to run the work. And so as we look into the staffing plan, the one on top shows the actual 2018 FTEs per month, and this is only for project managers and senior project managers. If you could see, at a peak, we had 11 project managers helping us run the bond. And if you look at the green bar at the bottom, 2 of those were the district. So 7 really were coming in from the outside, and we had 2 that we were able to hire. And so out of the 11 project managers that we had at a peak in 2018, 2 were ours, 7 were third party. As we continue to move along and we de-staffed, we ended up with 2 at the district level and 5 at the third party level. And so when we de-staff, we pretty much, on the third party, it's a phone call away to say, I don't need this project manager anymore. We'll stop paying for that person, and the consultant will move that person somewhere else. But we maintained our 2 project managers throughout the entire execution of the 2018 bond program. And so the staffing plan for project managers for 2023, it's at the bottom. At a peak, we will have 11, but the plan this time around is to have 4 direct employees, 4 project managers on our end, and the rest would be through a third party. Again, we don't bring them all at once. We slowly bring them up as we need them. And when we don't need them, we start de-staffing and we start cutting the project managers on the third party. And keep our own. And so the goal really is to double that number, to go from 2 internal PMs to 4. And I wouldn't say that that's the magic number. As we move along, if we find the right people and we can get another project manager in-house and cut it from the third party, I think we will. It's just very difficult to find the right people to join the district. But that is the plan so far. And so this is when we get into the contract piece for project management services. In 2014, again, like I said, it was run by the third party, 100%. The bond was theirs to run. And it's what the district needed at that time. We didn't have any specialized personnel in-house to run the program and to run it the way we wanted, with the software, with the system. So it was lump sum. The negotiation was really a lump sum amount. It was closed book. We couldn't see how much money they were making, profit-wise, how many people they were proposing. Yes, ma'am.
I'm just wondering, maybe we can give the board opportunity to asking some questions up to this stage. Do we have any questions? Not yet. Okay, thank you.
And so 2014 was a lump sum contract. They decided when to bring the people on board, when to de-staff, when to call those people full-time, when to offer part-time people. And so as we learned through 2014 and we made the change for 2018, you could see the change. We changed the type of contract. We went to an industry standard contract. It was time and materials. And so we were the ones controlling when and how. The fee was reduced. We paid 3.25% in 2014 based on construction cost. And for 2018, it was 2.7%. So by reducing the fee, we saved $4.3 million in that contract. But we ended up really paying 2.6% because we ended up managing more construction dollars for the same amount of people. And so the fee was reduced to 2.6. And as we looked into negotiations for 2023, we are reducing the fee from 2.6 to 2.4. By that fee reduction alone is $1.8 million that we're saving compared to 2018. And then if we hire the 3 people in-house, the project managers and the logistics manager, we're going to save an approximate $1.5 million, not paying for those positions on a third party, but bringing them in-house. And so this is where we stand with the contract for 2023 for project management services. And so before I move on to the bond packaging, any questions on contract, on staffing, on the approach?
The fee, the 2.4%, is that based on the total contract amount?
On the construction cost. It's a percentage of the construction cost. Yeah. It's a not to exceed.
And the cost estimator position, who would they work for? Would they work for the project management company?
They work for the third party, yes.
So they would be controlling their own costs, or they would be going out and determining how much things cost. I kind of see a conflict there. If the cost estimator is saying a hammer costs $50, so we know a hammer doesn't cost $50, they're kind of driving the cost up to, and then that fee is a percentage of the construction costs, or how does that work?
Oh, so it's a not to exceed based on the amount of the dollar amount that we anticipate they're going to manage, which is the $1.1 billion. But that fee doesn't go up. It's a not to exceed 27 million. I'm sorry. It's not to exceed. And so it's the staffing plan is established, and they have a not to exceed amount. If we pay based on salary for the personnel times the multiplier. So it's not tied like an architect that if the construction cost goes up, you pay more. It's not.
Carolina, I just had one question back on, and you don't have to back up to the slide, but where you showed the FTEs, right? And so do we currently still have these 2 project managers from the 2018 bond that are in-house?
Correct.
So we're only hiring 2?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Who is our current outside project manager?
Jacobs Engineering.
Okay, and then we intend to continue rolling with Jacobs moving forward?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and I understand this graph and how we're adding the 2, et cetera, that we've already spoken of. Can you just tell me specifically on internal versus outside, what is the cost difference? So, and I'm going to say this because there was a whole lot of talk in the last several months over what the cost was for project management, hence I assume, we're going over this today. And that one person externally would cost $300,000 to internal $100K-ish, 150, I'm guessing. So when we're looking at this $27 million in outside expenditures for project management, if that's the external cost, what would the internal cost? If in an ideal world, we could bring everybody internally. And I understand what you're saying regarding the limitations in hiring and in recruitment for these specialized roles because of availability.
And so I'd say, of course, it depends on the salary of the person. We pay a multiplier on top of their salary to the consultant, right? And so I think that's the difference, but we could be talking half the cost if you go internally.
Okay.
I think it might be helpful. It might be helpful to. I've got a green, but it's not green. Yeah. Testing. It might be helpful to explain the way you explained it to me, with regards to the experience level of the people, and how when we hire, it kind of reminds me of. We could hire a teacher with 3 years experience, and they would be in a certain place on the pay scale versus a teacher with 40 years experience. Isn't that a big piece of this? That a lot of times their salaries are so much more up on the outside versus the ones we can hire on the inside that are still very capable and qualified of doing the job.
So that's correct. So there's different pieces to this, but the district pays a lot less for compared to the construction industry. The salaries are much, much lower. And so it is difficult to find qualified personnel for the salary that the district offers. When we find those and we keep them, it's because they're looking for something else besides money. Balanced for the most part. The time off the district offers is not offered in the construction industry. When someone gets to say, I get to go home for 2 weeks during Christmas, I get to, go on vacation for spring break with my kiddos. That doesn't happen in the construction industry. And so sometimes when we get the people and we're able to hire, it's not because of money, it's because they're looking for something else. But the salaries are way different, way different. To find qualified personnel with the salaries we have is what the challenge is. And there's limitations, even if we were to work with HR to try to adjust to be more at a better level, I guess, compared to other districts, we're still lower than the construction industry. And so that's one component. Two, it's the district shuts down for spring break and 4th of July week and Thanksgiving week and Christmas, right? Construction never stops. And so the benefit of having a third party is that they stay here and they work throughout those times for us. So we don't really shut down. The district employees get to go home, but the third party stays. And they cover the activities in construction that's going on in the district when the district's shut down. And so those are some of the benefits that we get from a third party. And there is certain positions, like I mentioned, like a program scheduler or a cost controls manager, that even if we tried, their salary requirement on the industry is so high that we couldn't put a position that high at a district level and pay what they expect to be made, to get paid for the expertise that they bring to the table. And then we compare with other districts. So you might have heard that Katy ISD runs in-house, Cypher ISD runs in-house. But there's operational differences on how they run the bond. And one is policy and board requirements. Katy ISD board requires, for the most part, zero reporting when it comes to construction projects. They don't report financials. They don't report change orders, transactions. They don't report construction progress in any kind. And so they run projects with Excel spreadsheets. And there's nothing wrong with that when the requirements allow you to do that. We don't do that. This is 10 years ago for us. We run with the PMIS, which is the Project Management Information System. And I can show you later on the amount of detail that we carry behind the scenes on the financials for this district. And so it's ages. We are so far apart when it comes to the way we manage projects compared to Katy. And I'm not saying that they do a bad job. They just approach it differently. They don't have the reporting requirements and the transparency that we have. Then they pretty much take the project budget and they give a lot of that responsibility to the architect. So the architect makes a lot of those decisions for them and tracks all the financials and the budget for them. And it translates into, yes, successful projects, but on our end, it translates into cheaper projects. We build on a cost per square foot cheaper than Katy and Cyfair. And it's because of the approach that we have on how we approach the execution of the bond program.
Okay, thank you for that, Ms. Pizzetti. I think the main thing on that I was trying to communicate is there has been a lot of questions within the public regarding whether we have external or internal, and then understanding and having the justification of the why. And with that, I do want to mention one thing that I was taken a little bit aback from that you led off with early on, and that was the CMAR, and that we will do the same for Clements. And that, I don't know if everyone else nodded to that. I knew we were moving forward when we already approved Briargate and the missions, but I was definitely unaware that we were moving forward with Clements in the same regard on that one, especially with it being more of a long-term project outlook, considering that materials are becoming more readily available. And so we understood, or at least for me, I understood that with CMAR, that it was necessary to move forward for these kiddos that are being having to go and consolidate within a school, and that we need to expedite that process as fast as possible to get them into their new shoes, if you will, sooner than later, and knowing that we have had issues with logistics and availability of materials and goods in order to perform, whether it's construction or really anything, right? That's just been the nature of the business for the last couple of years. However, there have been considerable changes, and there's been an increase in market availability for various commodities and products throughout various industries, and the outlook is actually favorable that it's going to continue to improve. And so I'm a little bit taken aback that we're already making the notion that we're going to be moving forward with CMAR for Clements High School, knowing that. And then lastly, and I just want to put that out there for everyone, that that's my position, that I personally am not prepared to move forward with moving with a CMAR, considering that that has a longer project outlook. I think that it's, for me, a move forward without, it's unnecessary to move forward and make that determination today. That's my belief. And I just for the full board to share that. And then I do have another question regarding the PMIS system. Who owns the PMIS system?
So the way we do it, and this is how we did it in 2018, we start by allowing the third party to procure the licenses, set the program for us with the custom reports, and train the district. Once we are done with that process, we transfer license ownership to the district. And so that's what we did for Bond 2018. We first bought the licenses through the third party. They set up the software for us. And this is when I was talking about the back-end support for technology and systems. We don't have the capability of doing this in-house. And so we allow the third party to purchase the licenses on our behalf. They set up the whole system for us with custom reports for what we need and how we run the bond. They train the district, and at some point we transfer license ownership to the district. And so we will do the same. The licenses get procured through the third party, not the district to the software, but it's through the third party because they have the back end and capability to working with a software company to establish and set up the software for us with the custom reports and everything we need. And then we will eventually transfer those licenses to the district.
Okay, so the third party, Jacobs, owns the
They don't
PMIS system
they don't own
currently?
No. They purchase the licenses for us.
So they own the licenses and they're in control of that until we then...
On behalf of the district, yes.
Okay. And so with that, we're pretty much, I'm just putting this out there, we're pretty much, I think Jacobs has done a good job over the time, but we're pretty much locked in with Jacobs because we have this history of working with them, and if they're in control of our systems, if you will, until it's transferred, it's almost, and this goes back to another thing I heard over the last several months, is the ability to work with Fort Bend ISD and certain things being, if you will, lock and step. And it just sounds as though that may be the case with this instance as well.
And so Jacobs, we're not saying that they are the ones that we are to work with forever. They were procured through an RFQ this time around. They ended up being the best value consultant to provide the services. So we issued an RFQ for project management services. We had 4 companies submit. The top 2 moved on to interviews, and they were selected as the best value consultant for the district. And so by law, we are required to procure it. They do have inside knowledge on how we do things and end up providing the best value at some point. And so that's how they were selected for this bond this time around. They help us procure the licenses, but it's not to say that any time we want it, we can transfer them to the district. At this point, it is not to our advantage to transfer them now. We don't have the capability of running the software on our own. We don't have the staff, the qualified staff, to even work behind the scenes to set up reports for us or anything like that. This really requires specialized IT personnel that we don't have. And so, but at any time we could decide to transfer those licenses. They have purchased them on our behalf. They are for Fort Bend ISD district, for the district, and the data is ours. So if you look at that agreement, that data that's utilized through Kahua, which is our new software, it's ours, and we could take it at any time. They don't own it.
Okay.
And I want to touch on Clements High School for a second. It will be our recommendation to go with a CMAR for Clements, and it is because of the complexity of the project. This is a very, very complex project, and if we were to try to execute the project with a competitive sealed proposal, even the timeline that we have set in place would be extended significantly. So when you're talking large, complex projects like this one, where we are working on top of students, and I don't say on top of students, but really close to students, and we are facing the project, the best approach really is a construction manager at risk. The benefit is that they get to work together with the architect from day one. The actual contractor that will be on site starts planning with the architect together the approach from day one. How are we going to bring in trucks and construction personnel to the site and keep them separate from students, and how are we going to maintain safety in the current building where we're demolishing right next to them? So it's a lot of complexities that go together, and that is why the district will be making the recommendation to move forward with Clements on a construction manager risk approach. We will be coming to the board, but it is not today. We're not making that decision today, but it will be our recommendation to go with a CMAR for Clements.
Well, thank you for sharing that today. And then I'm going to touch on one last thing, because I know you jumped onto Clements, but I wanted to stay on the Jacobs Trail for a minute. And that is regarding the material list. You mentioned earlier that let's say you're doing construction and that they're talking about 40,000 square feet of tile versus, let's say, 60,000 square feet of tile, and you need 40,000. And that Jacobs or the project manager would be able to assist in that and say, no, wait a minute, we only need 40K. My question is this. Once we have the architect who prepares, for example, the construction materials list that you mentioned before, is that coming originally from the architect with their scope of work? Or is that coming from the CMAR? Or who is coming up with this materials list on the onset of a project? And then are we cross-referencing against that material list from the onset to ensure that we're in line with the original project scope? And wait, one more part, sorry. That way I can just finish it out. And then with regard to that, if there are improvements, because I recall this about the CMAR and Jacobs previously, let's say the architect did say 40 or 60,000, and your professional specialist over at Jacobs sees, no, we really aren't going to need that. Is there an incentive for Jacobs to find cost reductions throughout the project?
So Jacobs provides specialized resources for us, but they don't benefit from the cost going up or down. They have a not to exceed, and we pay based on salaries. So if a person's making $100,000, we're paying for that person based on that salary. And so they don't work like the architect, because the architect gets paid a % of the construction cost. This one is a not to exceed. The fee that we have down here is just a calculation of the total amount of construction that we anticipate to manage and the total fee we're paying for them. But their fee is not getting adjusted up or down, because we're paying based on the salary for each one of the people that they assign to us that's actually on site working full time in our offices. And so let's talk about the cost estimator for a second. They will provide a specialized cost estimator for us. This person, in the way it works, walks through our office and truly becomes a Fort Bend ISD employee. We forget about the fact that they work for Jacobs. They work as one of our own. They truly work with the same systems that we have, the same softwares that we have. We truly forget about the Jacobs, which is who gives them the paycheck. Besides the paycheck, they become one of our own. When they cross the doors in the Fort Bend, in the design and construction office, they truly become a Fort Bend ISD representative in the sense of the word. And so they work for us. They work for the program. They don't even ever go to the Jacobs office. They live and breathe design and construction in Fort Bend ISD for the time they're with us. And so the cost estimator, for example, his job is really to catch the cost overruns that the contractor tries to squeeze through change orders, for example. They always try to get you with change orders. And a cost estimator only focuses on evaluating cost. comparing with the cost of, the current cost in the market and how that runs, and are they charging us in line with the contract and with what the market's allowing for whatever particular material or product that is. And so they really just work for us. We forget about this whole Jacobs component once they're in our office. We interview them. We select them. They give us a set of resumes for different people. We interview them all, and we select who we want and who we believe is the best fit for the district. So at the end of the day, I think it's the district who has control on who comes on board, when, and how.
But who provides the material list at the onset of the project? So if you have a Briargate Elementary, there should be a scope of materials, I would presume, for the entire construction project. Who comes up with this? The architect.
So the architect designs the project. We have master documents. The technical design guidelines is a document that the district owns, and it provides all the details on materials that we allow for our district. And so manufacturers type of products on anything and everything that we install in our buildings, we have within our technical design guidelines. And so these are the guidelines given to the architects that tells them what type of products we accept and we don't, right? We do plastic laminate instead of different. There's all sorts of products that are way more expensive than others, and that provides the same service type deal. We have carefully crafted those documents to make sure that we control what gets installed in our buildings, and we can control scope and we can control cost.
Okay, I appreciate that. So the architect is the one who determines the project list. And this goes back to, again, guys, this is more so about clarity for the community and questions that were asked leading up to the bond for those who voted in support of it, and also, frankly, for those who voted against it, so they can have understand and hopefully buy in and support what the district's doing moving forward. So that's my intent with this. The other thing is on that, if the architect is the one who makes this materials list, if something is grossly different than the materials list that the architect provided, can you tell us how that works? So, for example, we'll just continue with the tile analogy there and say if the tile, they estimated 40,000 square feet of tile within the original project scope, and now it's going to be 70,000 square feet of tile.
And so the architect's always involved in the process. They're drawings, so they're always involved in the process. But there could be cases where the architect specified certain particular tile, and the contractor goes to buy it, and it's been discontinued, or they don't make it anymore, or the cost has skyrocketed to the point where the contractor's saying, "Well, I can't buy this." So they come back and they say, "Well, this is what I propose to buy instead." The architect will review to make sure that the product does align with our specifications, but the cost estimator reviews the cost in-house. Even though the architect's supposed to kind of oversee that as well, we have our own in-house resources that would review and compare to determine if it's fair price or if we need to go back to the contractor and negotiate cost. When it comes to change orders, it is truly a negotiation piece. Change orders are costs that are added on top of the base contract for whatever reason, because the owner came back and we said, well, we just realized that what the architect specified for the flooring is not the right product because it's not performing in a previous school and we don't want to install it anymore. And so we sometimes as an owner make changes, and we might say we would rather go with tile instead of carpet because of the ease of cleaning or something. We could make that change on an owner side. And so the contractor would say, sure, I'll change it for you. Here's the added cost. That is when our cost estimator reviews that and said, no, we're not going to pay for that because you're charging twice the cost or something like that. And that is when we have ammunition to go back and negotiate. But the cost estimator brings the most value with JOCs, which are the job order contractors, because this type of contract prices the work based on RS means, which is the standard construction industry book that allows for, it provides pricing nationwide. And so the contractors sometimes have tricks on how to price the same product more expensive. There's different codes in the book. And so our cost estimator digs through those and starts pushing back. We will not pay for this. You already charged me for this. And that is when we have ammunition negotiate with our contractors and reduce the cost.
Okay, awesome that you know that. Do you know approximately, and I know we've talked about this offline before, but how much savings we have incurred due to having this cost estimator on staff and the services of Jacobs? And I'm going to put this out there. I've heard, not from Fort Bend, let's say outside folks who've also used Jacobs, that they've saved significant amounts of money. And I know $27,389,000 is a significant amount of money for the project management services. However, there have been significant savings. Can you share approximately how much in savings we've been able to recoup?
I don't have the cost exactly right now with me, but I can tell you that it exceeds the cost of their contract. And so I could high level tell you that we probably would have saved right now about $40 million in 2018 bond. Their contract was $21 million. And so it is, the third party companies always make it a point to try to bring more value and benefit that exceeds their cost of their contract. And so I don't have the number with me right now, but I do have it, and I'll provide it. It well exceeds the cost of their contract.
And with that, thank you.
Thank you for all the questions. And I just want to know, let everyone know, Mr. Hamilton, he's traveling. He doesn't have access to the camera, but based on the legal requirement, that's the reason he cannot participate the discussion. But he does some questions. He's going to send it over offline. But he's listening as a citizen, not as a board member today. And for that, I think, Carolina, maybe offline, maybe it will be helpful if you can, or the team, write up the summary of each component, like, for example, the project manager, what's their responsibility, and the architect on higher level, what they do for the bond. So that way, maybe to help the board to understand their working relationship and how the district is working with them at the same time. I think that will be helpful for the board to understand this very complicated process. So thank you.
Okay.
So, yeah.
All right. So we're moving on to bond packaging and budgets. And so I'll walk you through the process of how we package the bond and how we budget. And so 2014 bond, we packaged the work by campus. What does that mean? We took all the work that was assigned, let's say, to Hightower, and we packaged it into one project, and that was the Hightower project. Then we grouped all the work that was done that had to be done for Dulles High School, and that was Dulles High School project. So it was grouped by campus. Everything that was to happen at a campus, HVAC, anything that was to happen at that campus got grouped together, and that was bid as one project per campus. And so the work then got deployed in phases. So let's say they selected 10 campuses, and they said, we're going to do these 10 campuses first. Once we finish with those 10, we're going to move on and do the next 10 campuses. And once we're done with those, we'll go and do the next 10 campuses. So it was phases. Phase 1 got executed, then phase 2, and then phase 3. And we received criticism. Why? Because you have some campuses that only received work 4 years later. They were on phase 3. We had to finish phase 1, then phase 2, then phase 3. And there was criticism from the community because they didn't see work happening in their campus. Years go by and you don't see anything. It's not that we're not working, but they were allocated to phase 3 of the bond, which is at the end. And so a good example is a playground. A playground where mom and dad voted yes to the bond for their school to receive a playground, and they were on phase 3. It took us 4 years to get to that playground. So when we got and installed the playground at our campus, that kid had already graduated elementary and had gone to middle school and never really got the benefit of the playground. We did install the playground, but whomever voted yes for that playground didn't really get to enjoy the playground. And so as we received that feedback from Bond 2014, 2018 was packaged different. We decided to package by product line. And what does that mean? We grouped, instead of grouping all the work for Dulles High School into one project, we grouped all the playgrounds across the district into one project, and we called it the playground project, right? And then we group all the turf and athletics projects into one, and we called it turf and athletics. And we did the same with fencing, and we did the same with door locks and many other components. It was by product line. So all the roofs we grouped together, and we called it the roofing project. And so it was a lot more work for behind the scenes for us because of the coordination, but we were able to deploy way faster. And so within 6 months of the bond passing, we were installing playgrounds at 15 elementary schools, or 17 of them. And so they got to see some of the stuff that they had voted yes from the beginning, and they got to enjoy some of this stuff earlier. And so by grouping by product line instead of by campus, we were able to deploy faster. A lot of work for us behind the scenes for the coordination, because if you imagine there's 1 PM installing 17 playgrounds in 17 different campuses, coordinating with 17 different principals, you name it. There's a lot of coordination that was added onto our plate, but we were able to deploy faster and for the community to see some of the benefit of the bond earlier on. And so as we looked at 2023, and I want to highlight the fact that 2014 had $160 million in life cycle deficiencies. We pretty much doubled that to bond 2018, so it was a lot more work being deployed throughout the campuses. And now we're at $615 million. We have added another $200 million to the life cycle deficiencies. In the overall scheme of things, this is a lot of work that gets deployed throughout the district. And so for 2023, we packaged a little bit different. We went by product line. All playgrounds go together, some roofs go together, but we also looked at how to minimize disruption for certain campuses. And so there's a few campuses that receive so much work that we group those by campus. And a good example, I think it's Willow Ridge. It receives so much that has so much potential of disrupting instruction that we grouped it by a Willow Ridge. There's a Willow Ridge package so that we can coordinate tightly with the principal to minimize operations for those campuses. And so 2023 takes the good from 14, the good from 18, and it's some sort of a hybrid. We have packages by product line, but we also have a few packages by campus. We, of course, did this to minimize disruption to operations, especially on those campuses that are receiving so much and have so much potential for disruption. That's how we packaged 2023. And so to generate the project budgets for the bond, the first step for us is to, of course, package the bond. So what we do, as you know, we have over 1,700 lines of scope of work for the entire district. We start grouping the scopes that are similar in nature. And so like this example here, we grouped a lot of the turf and athletic scope that's similar for several campuses and grouped it into one package or one project. Marshall High School might not have the exact same athletic scope as Rich Point or Travis High School, but they are grouped together because they're similar in nature. And so we can execute some of these campuses at the same time. And so we started by grouping similar scope of work and creating those bid packages or projects that you will then be approving as the baseline. And so the step 2 on the generation of project budgets is once you have a total amount for a project, we then have to break it down by categories. So we take the total amount for that project or package, and we utilize the standard percent for each category. So in general, we know that if we have $100,000 for a project, 78% will go to construction costs. And so we break it down that way. And we know that 9% will go to FF&E, which is furniture, fixtures, and equipment. And then we know that 11% average is for architect and engineer and professional services. So we take our total amounts per project and we break it down by the different categories. That is how we start breaking down the projects, the budgets per project. The percentages are tweaked slightly depending on the scope of work. And so a good example is a restroom renovation package does not need FF&E. We don't need to buy furniture for restroom renovation. So we don't assign monies to that category, but they may need more of the testing, right? Materials testing, for example. So we adjust the percentages slightly based on the scope of the work per package. And so what we will be presenting to you for approval will be very similar to what you see here. This is a sample of a bid package. You will see the bid package number and description on top. So this one is Bid Pack 27, and this is restroom renovations. We grouped together all the restroom renovations into one project, and it's BP 27 restroom renovation. Then you see the package categories on top, the design fees and design contingency, construction, FF&E, project contingency. You will also see the campuses that are included in this package to receive the work. So in this package, we have 16 campuses that will receive restroom renovations, and you see the breakdown per campus under each category. And then you will also see, of course, the total project budget, which is what we are going to call the baseline for this project. And so when you approve the budget for Bid Pack 27, you will not only be approving the number of campuses that will receive the restroom renovation, you will also approve the total project budget, which is what we use as the master budget per policy. And so this establishes the baseline that we have to work with. We can then, after you approve, we cannot deviate from this, which means I cannot add any other campuses to this, or I cannot change the budget without board approval. And so here's another example. It looks a little bit different because there's only one campus in this package. This is Bid Pack 001, and this is Briargate Elementary School rebuild. In this particular package, it's the same. You see the bid package number and description. You'll see the categories. You see that there's only one campus in this package, which is Briargate, the rebuild. The monies, how it's been split in the different categories, and a total project budget. Again, once you approve this, I have to work with the total project budget I have for this one. If for whatever reason I am going to exceed the budget, I am required to come to the board and request approval for that. But otherwise, this is what we use as the baseline for project execution. And so going back to wrap this up, when we submit the budgets, we are going to submit one of these exhibits for every single project that we're going to execute for the bond. Once you add them all up, they will add up to the total bond program, and that is our baseline to execute the work moving forward. And so as we look at the components that make this district unique, why are we doing the things we do? One is the operational differences that we have with other school districts that perhaps may run the bond internally. Katie is a good example. Cy-Fair is another good example. Cy-Fair has 35 people on staff in-house, but it took Roy 25 years to build that. I think we started with zero, well, with a few, and we are in a much better place right now than when we were in 2014. Having been able to hire 10 people in 2018 bond to work directly for the district, eliminating the management layer and owning that now, transferring that in-house has made a huge difference on how we run the program. It is definitely the district's program, not a third-party company program. The financial reporting and the transparency that this district carries compared to others, it's a world of a difference. What you see behind the scenes on how the money flows, the different categories where it's allocated, how it transfers. We report to the board on a monthly basis every transaction that happens on change orders, budget transfers. You guys receive 300-page report on a monthly basis that is embedded into the website, very difficult to find. It's not very user-friendly for you guys, and so we're making some changes. You will, for Bond 2023, receive a dashboard. You will have a link, and you will have your own dashboard. It's a bit different than the community dashboard because you get to see behind the scenes every budget transfer, every change order. We provide that today on a 300-page report PDF that we give the board on a monthly basis. But we're definitely improving and changing that approach so that you have a dashboard that's live data. You can click on any project you want, whenever you want, and you will see how many transfers have happened between categories, how many change orders, reasons for the change orders, and the amounts. You will see everything behind the scenes. Instead of a 300-page report, you will have a dashboard. And so that's one of the improvements for Bond 2023. but I think the technology and the software that we use sets us apart from many other districts. We have 300-plus users on our software today. That means every architect, every consultant, every general contractor is required to run information through the software so that it gives us the record keeping. We can tell who approved what, when, and how. And that is definitely what keeps that financial reporting transparency component going for this district. And then construction costs. When we look at the lower construction costs that the district pays per square foot compared to other districts, I think that there's definitely a benefit of having a third party with specialized staff that helps us really control the general contractors and the architects to ensure that our costs are kept low. And when you compare it to other districts, we build cheaper. And there's definitely a reason why. And so finally, I want to go through the timeline of the next approvals that you will be seeing that will allow us to execute the work moving forward. So project management services, this was an RFQ that was run a couple months ago. We anticipate to present to you guys for approval June 5th. Then we have the architect selection. A pool of 10 architects will be selected. We will be presenting to you on the workshop of June 5th, the RFQ process and the selection process, the list of 10 architects that will be selected to help us run the bond. And we'll be requesting approval for the end of June for this one. Then we have the technology consultant RFQ, the 2 CMARs for Briargate and Mission Bend, and of course the bond 2023 budgets and bid packages that will be presented to you for approval for June 26th. These 3 we are working really, really hard to put it in, but you may not be able to see the information in the workshop. It's a lot, yes. And so, but we definitely need approval for these consultants so that they can be paired up with the architects so that we could execute the work. Approving the budgets for the bond is key because that is the baseline, and then we can start spending some of that money with the architects and with the consultants. If we don't have an established baseline, we can't commit any money. We can't issue POs for architects or for any consultants if we don't have board approval on the project budgets, which establishes that baseline. And so we will be presenting that to you for approval in June. For July, you will be seeing the JOC selection. This is the pool of 5 contractors, the job order contractors, that help us execute the smaller work. You will see this. It's currently out on the street. We are procuring this. We will present to you the professional services phase 1 for approval. This is another pool of consultants, of course, like the surveyor, the geotech, the environmental consultant. These are the consultants that we need early on to start the design. We have to do surveys for every site. We have to do geotech to test the soils. So this is that initial group of consultants that work together with the architects. And so we will be presenting that to you in July. And we will be coming forward in July for approval for the CMAR for Clemens High School. And then in August, we will come back for the approval of professional services for Phase 2 and Phase 3. These are the civil engineers, mechanical, electrical, plumbing engineers, and forensics engineering, and so forth. And so it is definitely a lot that's going on, but this establishes that baseline for us to be able to execute the work for the next 4 years. And that is all I have for now. Any questions?
Ms. Hannan.
Thank you, Ms. Fusetti. So going back to the hybrid method that you're talking about, I really appreciate in 2018 we transitioned from the package by campus. And I'm just going to tell you as a voter, my kiddo's campus, it was a scramble, or that's what the perception was from me and many parents. Oh, look, they're finally scrambling to get our stuff done because there's a bond election coming up in May. And that's truly how it felt to me and a bunch of other parents. Oops, we didn't, I don't even know if was there a dashboard then? I didn't look at it. So as we're moving to this hybrid, I guess the question I'm bringing up is, I don't know if we can use bond money, but I think as goodwill ambassadors to this community, if administration could think about how we could maybe biannually communicate and maybe have an initial upfront communication with all parents to say these are the packages that are coming to your school, and here is the estimated timeline, so parents know it's coming. And maybe it doesn't get out to community members, but at least it would get to parents. So that's one thought, because that's a lot of money and if we, for our next bond or next VATRE or whatever, that we're making a concerted effort to keep everybody in the loop. So just.
Yeah, so, as you know, we have the Bond Oversight Committee meeting quarterly, and within that, the communications team talks about what they're doing, to talk about the last bond. And so I don't think we ever really got to that detail, but that's something we may just want to think about, because, who knows when we're going to be going out back to the voters, not just for a bond, but for a TRE. We don't know. And so, having those kind of communications, I know that we did do some things, but probably not to the detail that maybe you're thinking that, could be used. But I think it could be value added in that regard.
Right. So, just as a taxpayer myself, I don't really recall ever seeing any update or any, other than me, like driving through the Dulles parking lot every day going, oh my gosh, how long can it possibly take?
Yeah, I can tell you that
for this to happen,
we actually did put out a lot of stuff. And the thing about it is, our district, we put out so much stuff that a lot of people, they just see an email from us and they just click delete.
Okay. Well.
And so, it just, because we err on the side of over communication, because that's the way we should. We should over communicate as opposed to under communicating. But I know that, when we went through the Bond Oversight Committee, they'd ask the same questions, and, we would talk about what we were doing. There was usually something out there, and, in some of the magazines we were putting out and other things like that. But I think that it could be good, especially when things are kicking off, to just put out things that are more specific, and maybe even coming from the principal. And
that was actually my idea, was that a letter from the principal comes just to say, hey, just as, these are the things that are going to be happening, and here's the timeline.
Right.
And even if it's just, annually, an annual kind of thing. And then I have one other thing, and it's just it's a personal thing, but I know that there are some other parents out there that if we're going to do the big aesthetically unpleasing bond signs that get stuck in front of buildings, I would prefer that not happen. I don't think they look good. I think that is not a strategy I hope that we're going to use. But maybe in the front office, maybe just a sign that says here, things that are coming. So I hope you haven't purchased a whole bunch of giant 2023 signs to put in front of all of our campuses. That's my wish list.
Since you brought it up, it couldn't hurt to hear what the rest of the board members think about that. Because that's been a thing where some people like it and some people don't. The non-parents and whatever. Yeah.
What is the benefit of it? What is the benefit?
People seeing their bond dollars at work.
Okay,
that's just
Right there.
in general the way it's been.
Okay, in general, how would that be taken? Because what has happened is that I believe we still have some of those signs up, and I'm sure that's what Ms. Hannon is asking about. The same thing happened where during the campaign there were things that came up. When are those signs going to come down? That type of thing. If we could just have a program to pick them up, or if we can do something different. And let me say where I am. What is the purpose? If we can find out what the purpose is, how long can we get them, if they're going to be up, how long are they going to be up, and how can we get them done? As soon as they finish the project, the contractors or the principal is going out there. Here I go with the principal again. Go out there and get that sign. No, I'm just teasing. But, someone needs to pick it up because that was, and it's like this much of an issue, so.
I think one of the things you see on some of the signs is the scope of work, and sometimes people like to know what's actually going to happen at my child's campus, so it reminds them of the scope of work. So in that way, it is a good, constant reminder of what they voted for, and maybe 18 months down the road, before some of those packages are executed. But it is a good communicator to remind them of what's going to occur.
And I'm in total agreement of that because I think that it's important for people to know, because otherwise how would they know unless they go and research it to find out. But I think it's on the other end, and I know Ms. Hannon will, she can definitely speak for herself. It was, I'm going to let you take it from there, because I know what happened with, as I just shared, that people were complaining about them. Now, how many people? I know of 5 compared to. So that's my comparison. Ms. Hannon?
Yeah, I want to add in for just a second. I think you have a good point, Ms. Hannon, as far as the signs if they seem stagnant. However, Mr. Genty, you hit the nail on the head from my point of view and what I've heard, and that is letting people know what's to come. And so if we have a process within the signs that maybe there could be some kind of update within it, that the principals are held accountable for continuing to maintain that communication with the community, that would be really helpful. So for example, if it's an HVAC unit and that's what's in the forecast for them, that maybe there's a spot within the sign that could be a variable place where they could change it out and put that it's an HVAC, or if it's turf, then it's turf, and that way they are aware of what is coming, because there are folks that do want to know that something is happening, and frankly, most of the people in Fort Bend County do not have children within the schools, so they're not going to be setting foot within the school to find out, yet we want their support and engagement for our schools, not just for today, but moving forward. So a way to maybe make sure that the signs have relevant information and they're not just sitting there saying, hey, you've had a bond for however long.
Well, and
may be helpful.
I mean, I really want communication, but knowing how people can read in a car, even with their glasses on, you can't read the signs. I mean, I think of the one that was in Quail Valley Middle School. No, but unless you had binoculars, like if you were sitting at the light, could you see it? So it's just this unsightly giant sign right there in the green space that was just, and I think people know that I'm not really a proponent of like the signs that are hanging on fences. I respect that we're making money, but they also sometimes don't look very pleasing either. So anyway, if you put them up, just ask yourself, can they actually be read? Because I'm assuming that's quite a bit of change. That's quite a bit of money that it takes to print them, put them in, take them down, put them in the landfill at a later date. So,
thanks, Ms. Hannon. So, Ms. Jones.
Could you put maybe the website to the community dashboard of where the progress is being on that particular school, or maybe a QR code where they can just go up to the sign and just use the QR code just to find out the information on there?
Absolutely. I do think they need to be designed differently. The text was too small. You could see a picture that was taken of half the space, and then the text was really small. Definitely lessons learned. We could do better. There's value to communicating how much money they're going to receive and maybe the bullet points of the key components that the campus is going to receive, but we need to do better. They could be designed differently to where they can be easily read, and then maybe they have a QR code. We have our dashboard with live data, and some people really like to do that, so we could do better. We will definitely look at the redesign for those.
So I'm going to express my opinion. I echo Ms. Hannon's concern. Those board, I understand when we first put them up, there's hurricane concerns. They have to have certain quality. They are expensive. So I really feel I hear so many people really don't like it. They feel like that's an example how the taxpayers' money being wasted, putting up those signs. Really, I just want to be honest. That's how I felt as a community member, because the information, like Ms. Hannon said, those information to me, first of all, unless I get off my car and go read it, and if I willing to make all those effort, I can easily find the information out on the website. And also, when time passes by, those signs become really dirty and concerns. There's all that. So I really feel we do need a communication, but I'm not a big fan of those big signs in front of the school. Maybe I think the communication through the website or the community letters, so even we can reach out to the HOA and let them know if they can send out in many different ways by digital or communication. But the signs, I have concerns. I have the same concerns as Ms. Hannon.
In 2018, we added the digital signs. So why not just post the update on the digital signs?
You mean the marquees?
The digital marquees, yes, that we added. We didn't have those originally, so I presume maybe that's why we had those signs, but because that was all part of the 2018 bond to make sure every campus had them. So now that all of the campuses have the...
They changed I think the campus use those, making their announcement and their update news. But I do, to be honest, I'm just saying those big signs in front of the campus, they are expensive. If you go back, I request some information, the cost of them. I just want to, I think maybe there's other ways, be creative, and we wanted the communication, and we wanted to buy in from the community, but maybe there's other better ways, not necessarily big board.
I think we've heard.
I think we've gotten some good feedback on that. Thank you. And I've got some ideas we're going to talk about. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so do we have any other questions other than this?
I have two questions. Number one, because I recall hearing previously about the packages of 2014 versus 2018, which now it sounds like you're moving to the hybrid approach. But the whole reason that I had heard you communicate previously on why we moved to the package approach was for cost savings. So what I understood and recall when we had it in 2014, and it was based on a campus, that we didn't necessarily utilize the cost savings because when we went out to bid, let's say, for example, I think kitchens was something you used specifically previously, where you talked about renovating the kitchens at various campuses, and that if a contractor can get a bid for updating 20 kitchens versus one at a time, there's a cost savings to it, which we can all understand that. So what I want to know is, are we, and this goes back to folks, again, just things that I've heard over this election cycle, with concerns as far as the district and our fiduciary duty in this process to make sure we are utilizing the taxpayer dollars and making sure we're getting, I guess, the biggest bang for our buck. Are we using or losing any cost savings by switching to this hybrid approach?
Not at all. So we're still grouping all roofs together and all playgrounds together. It is, and I'm going to say it's 5 campuses that get more of the work into one big package. And so it is to minimize disruption for 5 campuses. So we're not really walking away from the product line approach. It is just to minimize disruption in a few campuses that are getting so much that could be disrupted so badly that we feel it's the best approach. But we're not losing, I wouldn't say that we're giving up the savings of, for example, hiring a roofer to execute 20 of our roofers and not having to hire a general contractor on top of a roofer. So we're still taking advantage of those cost savings.
Okay, so we're not losing any cost savings. Okay, that's good to know. And then the last one is this, and this is just something that I heard you guys mention previously, so I was a little off on this. How many architects do we currently have on our list?
19.
Okay, so then 10 is really a significant reduction.
And so
So one of the things, and I'm sort of new here. When I came in and have done this job in 2 other districts, our number of approved architects, the pool was smaller, and there's some strong philosophy behind that, because your district has to look for a sweet spot in terms of number of architects. If you have too many, they don't get enough work, and you don't get what I call the A team. They're going to commit their best resources to their best customers. If your architect pool is too small, then sometimes it can slow down the way that your bond is rolled out in your projects. So when we looked at that number from 19, I believe when we went through for this RFQ, there were 14 that then made that will interview, and then 10 will make the cut. That's a pretty good number, and I think that will add a lot of value to the district as they move forward in this bond.
Yeah, so I support the reduction. The whole point on that question was 10 still seemed like kind of a high number, but going from 19 to 10, as long as that's what you guys are wanting, then that makes sense to me. I recall Katy has how many architects? 3? Yeah. And Lamar, it's small as well, considerably smaller. But if you're comfortable with 10, that works. I just remember hearing from you all that it was difficult to manage having 19 architects on the list. And so if 10 is your sweet spot, sweet.
10's a better spot, I'll say that. And I think that it's going to, again, when you look at the volume of projects in this bond, I feel like given some of the architectural firms, you'll find their strengths, and that's how they'll assign packages. I think it's going to allow the district to execute more work in a shorter period of time, given that number.
Okay, again, for me, if you guys want 10 and we have 3 times the amount of architects as Katy, and that's what works for us and will help us get the projects executed, then by all means.
And I'll add to what Carolina was saying a while ago with the way, when you compare the Fort Bend model and the Katy model, because of the way their architects really drive their projects, I think that system works really well for them. For us, in the way that we're doing this hybrid, I think that number should work well for Fort Bend. I definitely think it's a move in the right direction, and I think it's going to be a good thing.
So I have is there anyone else have a question? I do have a question regarding to the timeline, what the board needs to prove on June 26. So there's one item is bond 2023 budgets and bid packages. So can you tell us a little bit more what is the expectation from the board?
And so the 2023 budgets and bid packages is the detailed budget for each bid package, for each project that we are going to execute for Bond 2023. And so you will be receiving, there we go. You will be receiving a package in the detailed project budget like it's shown here for each and every budget project that we're going to execute for Bond 2023. And so you will see the breakdown in how we allocated the dollars in each one of the projects for approval. But what that approval gives us is the baseline of how much money we can spend for that project. And that is what we then set up in the system as the baseline to begin committing funds for those projects.
So basically, this package will include the whole amount of the bond. Is that correct?
Correct.
So the board, there's no sleep for any of us from the June 5th to June 26th. That's a lot. That's a huge. That's a lot.
The work's been done behind the scenes.
Okay.
You're not really expected to memorize any of this. It is truly to approve the baseline then. But, okay, I could have said it differently.
Let me just add, Carolina, let me
That's
just.
a pretty high expectation.
Miss Day, so all of these PDFs together are going to equal the total of the bond. They're going to equal the total of the bond that was approved by the board in February, that was subsequently approved by the voters. Okay? And so that gives us a baseline. As a governmental entity, we can't spend money until the board approves a budget. Okay? You know, and so that's just the way governmental entities have to roll. So we have a budget that's put out there. So this is all going to total up to that. But then as policy, this gives us the parameters to say, okay, under this package, we're going to stay within that number. We may move some money between Campus A and Campus B depending on the parameters, depending on what's going on that given campus. But and all of that is something that we're keeping track of. That's always reported subsequently to the board as well. And so I think when you see the numbers tie out, I think you'll feel better about it when you see it's laid out. But it can sound overwhelming, but it's doable.
So,
And that was our goal today, to kind of dip your toes into it so that you'd be familiar with that process, so that when you were provided that information on the 5th, it wasn't quite as overwhelming. So we give you some background of how those numbers are developed, kind of the philosophy behind it, and then when you see that, you'll understand how it was created.
But Steve, just to follow, and I don't mean to interrupt you, but to Ms. Day's point, if it substantially mirrors what we already approved in February for the bond package, maybe in the memo, if there's anything that's substantially different, maybe those could be highlighted for us.
We will make it so clear that you will be able to follow what the capital plan was, the total amount, and how it landed, and how it all ties together.
Okay.
You'll be able to follow those numbers.
Okay.
So, okay. Part of communicating to the public about the bond, give an example. Even in I was in a Fort Bend Education Foundation meeting, and there were questions by some of their board members. And I stood up and said what I said specifically regarding the Clements rebuild. And there are people who are concerned with the cost of the Clements rebuild. And so my response to all of them, and saying what gave me the confidence in this bond and why I could support it and move forward with it, I'm now taken aback because I'm like, wait a minute, now is my word not really relevant? Because on the Clements rebuild specifically, I remember talking about the CSP versus the CMAR. And on a CMAR, I understand we'd execute and move forward immediately, we'd have the architect working with them and fast tracking this. So what I'm hearing now today, and I already said I was taken aback and made sure the board knew, I'm even more so on this. I'm just going to let you guys know that it'll take a minute for me to digest this July CMAR approval. In addition to that, the bond budgets and bid packages. And the reason why I say that is because what I told the public when I was out there is that all of these things are going to be coming before the board. And what I gave them and said is on this 220 that I hope it doesn't cost that much money. And that is my hope. But I'm hearing now that that's going to be subsequent, and we'll get the reporting at the end and the finish line, however many years later, because we're going to give the green light for the entire package next month. And frankly, that's definitely not what I communicated to the public, so I'm going to have a hard time standing behind that today, if that makes sense.
Okay.
Because on the CSP, it would be coming to us in phases. It wouldn't be a lump sum up front, here's your check. And I get it that it's under a budget. I understand, and it doesn't mean you're going to spend every single dollar within the budget. I understand all of that, and it could come in under budget. But there's a difference in the philosophy and in the approach from, for sure, what I communicated with people And I don't know if anyone else communicated anything. I just know what I did and what I said to folks, and so I'm going to have a hard time doing anything different than what I've already said to the public in order to get their votes to pass this bond. Does that make? I'm just
not making sense.
Okay, so on the
no,
CS,
I mean, I've heard you, but I think we need some clarity here because the way you're saying it, it's looking as if we're not all on that same page, and we all are on that same page. A construction manager at risk, if you look at a side by side of why you would pick one, you pick that form because of the complexity. Rebuilding a high school on a lot while you have high school going on is probably the most complex project any school district could undertake. So there would be no logic in us saying, let's do a competitive sealed proposal on that project. Now, fast forward, we come to you for which procurement method we recommend for an elementary school on the Harvest Green property that's just going to be a school on green space, maybe a rebuild, maybe not. Why would we need a CMAR? We probably wouldn't, but all those conversations, no one has ever said we wouldn't use a CMAR on Clements. Because when we talked about it on the elementary rebuilds, we talked about the complexity with the demolition, with asbestos. So, I don't know, I don't ever think we've ever led anyone to think we wouldn't do a CMAR on Clements, ever.
So I hear you. And I heard we would or we would not, that it was not guaranteed, and I remember being in meetings on it. And it's okay. I'm just making sure that I communicate so that y'all are aware where I stand on this, and that is that approving the entire budget in June for it, that may be a struggle. We'll see when it comes and we see whatever we get in on June 5th.
I think it's the construction, though, is the key to the cost. It's the construction bid of Clements, and also whether we use an architect we already have or whether we go out for a bid new. And I know you and I've had those conversations about, are we absolutely married to repeating Crawford? And the answer may be yes, maybe no. And so that's going to affect that cost a lot. And I know you've said that publicly, and I've been by you when you have. So I think that's all still true. I don't see us changing anything in regard to that.
No, and when you approve a CMAR for Clements, you're not approving the construction dollar because it's not been.
But the construction dollars are being approved prior to, from what I'm looking at the timeline, that in June, we're going to approve the construction dollars, and in July, we're going to be approving the CMAR. Is that not correct?
So you're going to approve the total project budgets, the budget amounts, the not-to-exceed amounts for each one of the projects that we have in the bond, right? That is the bond 2023 budgets. You will approve each and every not-to-exceed amount that we have for each project. The CMAR for Clements, you're only approving the general contractor that will be working hand in hand with the architect. You're not going to be approving the actual contract amount because we have to design the school and then go bid that school. So what you're approving is the selection of the general contractor that we are awarding this to so that they can start working hand in hand with the architect. We will come later on to you and we'll present the actual GMP or the guaranteed maximum price for that school once it's designed. And so there will be different phases in this project, and we will come to you more than once for GMP approvals, for guaranteed maximum price for phase 1 and phase 2 and phase 3. This is a project that gets executed with different phases along the way. It is a long process that requires a lot of coordination with the contractor and the architect, and they have to work hand in hand from day one. And so what we are coming forward with here is the selection of that general contractor. We will issue an RFQ, and it's a two-step process. We will receive qualifications. We will qualify those general contractors. The second step in that process is where they submit their fee that they would charge for this, but you're not approving the total construction amount because we haven't designed it and we haven't procured it. It is just to select the contractor.
We did a similar project at Spring Branch when I was there. We rebuilt Landrum Middle School, And we took it down in 3 phases over a 3-year period because the kids were still in the school. So we just kept moving them back. And then as we finished the newer parts, we moved the kids up into the newer parts and destroyed the end parts. So we cut the school in 3 parts and did it. And we used CMAR each step of the way to do it. It was a very successful program.
Okay, I guess if we have follow-up questions, we'll send it in, and I'm sure we'll get all the answers before the next meeting. So let's move on for the next information item. So we have a legislative and a budget update. Please, Mr. Brian Guan. Thank you.
Good afternoon, members of the board. This is not going to be a formal presentation like you normally see on the budget, but we wanted to provide you with updated information on where the legislature is. And I believe last week we may have shared with you that House Bill 100, which was the primary funding mechanism that was being used for public education, was basically considered dead. Well, we received information literally late last night that House Bill 100 is being resuscitated from the dead and is going to be the primary funding mechanism for education. The key point to this is that they are embedding in it the provision for ESAs, or education savings accounts. And so this is where public funds will go to private schools. It's still about $8,000 as had been proposed in the past. Some of the key changes that they've made to House Bill 100 since we last shared the information with you, as you may recall that we said it would increase the basic allotment by $90 in year 1 and then the following year by $50. That has changed and gone back down. And so the amount is now, it will increase the basic allotment by $50. The other side to this is that they are still maintaining within that legislation that 50% of new money be spent on teacher raises. However, they have moderated that sum and they are excluding any increases to safety and any increases for special education. And so what does this all look like? The final bill, or the bill as it's being proposed, has not been released publicly. We just have these bits and pieces on it, but it will change how things look compared to what we shared with you all last budget meeting. And so we wanted to give you when we say this, how did we not know about this? Literally, this is one of those things that changed overnight. And so we wanted you all to have information that, yes, it's out there. And I think that one of the statements that was made by one of the organizations that shared the information with us is to advocate in a way that we feel would be appropriate. And so I think that we've said previously that we believe that $50 is not sufficient for a change to the basic allotment. That spending 50% of what they give us for, as an example, transportation, if we're having to spend 50% on that on raises, that means that the full amount that actually covers our transportation costs, a portion is being diverted away from that. And so although we are definitely appreciative of any new money we receive from the state, some of the strings that they're attaching to it will make it difficult for us to balance the budget next year and ensure that our teachers are adequately compensated. And so again, we'll share we've received information from 2 of our groups that we work with closely, TASBO as well as MoCasey. We can share that information with you all, but we did want to make you aware that they have made changes. Friday it was looking very bleak. It looks better now, but there are still deep concerns that we have about how they're funding public education going forward, specifically around the ESAs or vouchers.
Thank you, Mr. Guan. Do we have any questions?
Can I just say something?
Yes.
I just want to reiterate, because whoever's listening and to the board, I've been doing this work since I was 22 years old, and I taught school. Never have I seen what is before us today in public education. This is our workforce, this is our future, and this is critical. To have an education savings account, a voucher, a coupon, whatever you want to call it, for $8,000 when we receive $6,160, add 50 to it or don't. How can a child be worth more who goes to a private school with state money than a child who remains? And if that's not inequitable, I don't know what is. And I think it's time that people stand up to our legislators. I intend to, because this is ludicrous. and it's hurtful, and it's not fair to our schools, to the people who have voted for bonds, the people who are entrenched as teachers and employees. So this is really incomprehensible if you spend any time studying it at all. And I really encourage whoever's listening in our community to study it hard and to get with our senators, because it's going to the Senate. Correct? Next, I mean, it just passed the Education Committee 9-3.
That is
Now it
correct.
goes.
House Bill 100 was passed by the House and moved to the Senate. It is now being considered by the Senate. They were holding public hearings on it at 8:30 this morning. And so again, it happened last night. This morning they moved immediately into public hearings on what they were considering funding. So this could all change. I want to emphasize that.
Did change, yes, and it did change from one step to the next, so it could change again.
And so this is mainly to make you aware of it so that if you have contacts to find out, I mean, honestly, where is this going? How is this ultimately going to impact us? What I would say is this a positive impact right now? We're receiving new money. Yes, that's a positive impact. Is the end result of this going to be positive for public schools? I think the answer, as Dr. Whitbeck just touched on, is probably no.
If I could add, what we expect to happen, this goes back to the full Senate. The full Senate will vote on it. It'll go back to the House. Okay, they want to force the House to vote up or down on ESAs ultimately. They're expecting that if that doesn't go through, the Governor Abbott will call a special session. Okay, and then we won't have any information on new funding until who knows when.
Thank you for the update. So I encourage the board to reach out to the state representative, the other elected officials, and the supporters, youth supporters in the community to voice the concern, because we are all here because we support the public education. So thank you for that.
Wasn't there a bill that the state proposed to give all state employees? Was it a $5,000 raise or 5% raise?
Yes, House Bill 1, which is the primary funding mechanism for the state budget, does include a 5% increase for all state employees.
That doesn't include teachers.
That does not include K-12 employees.
And for us to give teachers a equal raise, how much money would we need?
Roughly $30 million. It's about $6 million for each 1% that we provide.
Okay, that's what it was. Thank you.
Okay. We'll move on to the next item. We don't have any item for closed session, so we're going to do on the agenda, the action item, agenda item 6, which is consideration and approval of a resolution authorizing participation in commencement activities by currently enrolled students who are eligible except for pending spring 2023 STAR and of course score reports. Can I have a motion?
I move to approve item 6A as presented.
Thank you. Can I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. So, Dr. Gilliam, can you read the resolution just so we are all on the same page? Thank you.
Yes, I will, Madam President. Resolution, Fort Bend Independent School District regarding end-of-course assessments and student eligibility to participate in commencement ceremonies. Whereas the Fort Bend Independent School District Board of Trustees adopted policy FMH local that states, to be eligible to participate in commencement activities and ceremonies, a student shall meet all state and local graduation requirements. Whereas state graduation requirements include satisfactory performance on 5 required STAR end-of-course assessments identified in Texas Education Code 39.023C. Whereas certain Fort Bend ISD students have taken the EOC assessments, again, that is end of course, assessments, but have not yet received score reports from the Texas Education Agency, TEA, and therefore do not know if they have successfully completed all graduation requirements to be eligible to participate in commencement ceremonies. Whereas the TEA has stated score reports for spring 2023 EOC assessments will not be available before May 31, 2023. Whereas Fort Bend ISD commencement ceremonies are scheduled to begin on May 24, 2023, and are scheduled through June 1, 2023. Whereas FBISD graduates are not given diplomas during the commencement ceremony. Whereas TEA's delay in providing test scores has caused uncertainty on whether a student has met all graduation requirements and therefore is eligible to graduate, and deprives students awaiting score reports the opportunity to participate in the commencement ceremony. And whereas the board has authority to suspend its policy and permit these students who are awaiting score reports to participate in commencement ceremonies. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Fort Bend ISD Board of Trustees authorize participation in 2023 commencement ceremonies for currently enrolled class of 2023 students who would be eligible to participate except for pending spring 2023 STAR EOC results. Be it further resolved that the board authorize the superintendent to notify all high school campus administrators of this temporary suspension and opportunity to participate in the commencement ceremony.
Thank you, Dr. Gilliam. Do we have a discussion? I don't see any questions or discussions. Let's vote by show your hands. Yeah. So motion passes 6-0. Can I have a motion to adjourn?
I motion to adjourn.
Thank you, Dr. Gilliam. The meeting is adjourned.